Good afternoon and welcome to the 2024 4-H Swine Show. We're getting ready to get started. We're calling the first class up right now. Can everybody back there in the stands up in the top hear me okay? All right. Okay, we're getting ready to get started. We'll start with our national anthem and performance B by Meg Wilson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, thank you, Meg. All right, the animals are coming up. We'll be getting started here in just a minute. So this evening, we'd like to welcome our judge, Ryan Rash from Crockett, Texas. Ryan is the owner of SB Cattle Company and executive director of the BTR JLA. So let's give Ryan a hand. Also helping us in the ring tonight, we've got our 2024 Fair Queen, Grace Richards. Okay. Our first runner-up, Laura Carnegie. Our second runner-up, Reese Oliver. Miss Congeniality, Lacey Brinegar. And our Princess Miss Congeniality, Corel Patnode. They'll be helping us in the ring tonight, passing out trophies and ribbons. Also this evening, you'll notice the ladies taking photographs. ekbrandselective.com is doing the photography for us this evening. All right, we're entering our first class. This is our first class of junior showmen. This is grades 3 through 5. Exhibitors in this class are Jake Naylor, Kinley Wright, and Emery Sears.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, an honor and a privilege to be back with you after, I think, a year break. I can't remember exactly. Can't ask for better weather than what you got today. So hope that holds the rest of the week. I don't think I'm going to get that, but got 3 kids out here doing a good job in this first heat. There's 3 heats in this first division. I'm going to use the young lady up in 270 that's going in that pen, ask her to come back for finals. Talk to the other 2 kids, told them what they did well and what they can improve on. Please give them a nice round of applause.
Now entering the ring is our second class of junior showmen. Exhibitors in this class are Eli Arthur, Embry Chilton, McCoy Vinsel, and Henley Hill. At this time, I'd also like to remind everybody to stock the trailer food drive. Don't forget to bring non-perishable items for the Farm Credit Mid-America and Monroe County 4-H food drive this week. There are bins in each barn for collection. Give to your favorite club to help them win the contest. Donations can also be put in the trailer on the south side of the poultry barn. QR codes are available at all locations to give money to purchase food. The food collection will be divided between Community Kitchen, Pantry 279, and the Hoosier Hills Food Bank. And thanks to Billy Fleetwood for the donation of his trailer this week. Thanks to Rogers Group for allowing us to weigh the trailer. And thank you to Farm Credit Mid-America and Rural First for making the food drive possible.
Well, a really competitive group in this foursome out here. I've asked 2 of them to come back for finals. Talk to these other 2 exhibitors. Please give them a nice round of applause for their efforts.
Now entering the ring is Class 3 of our junior showmen. Exhibitors in this class are Josephine Caswell, Raylan Fleener, Abigail Pauley, Jacqueline Morrison, and Jocelyn Olson. This is our third class of junior showmen. At this time, we'd like to thank our 2024 Swine Club sponsors. Our sponsors this year are BJ McElroy, Hollers Welding, Indiana Pork Producers Association, Joe and Kathy Van Devender, Josh and Jana Young, Kelsey Butcher Family, Monroe County Farm Bureau Incorporated, R.H. Marlin Excavating, the Heath Van Devender family, the Polly family, Wright Family Farms, Keystone Cooperative, and ekbrandselective.com, who's doing the photography in the ring this evening.
Get out here in the final heat. Once again, I asked two to come back, talk to these three little ladies here, told them what they did well, what they can improve on. Please give them a nice round of applause.
Okay, we'll now be showing for champion junior showman. Exhibitors are Kinley Wright, Eli Arthur, Embry Chilton, Raylan Fleener, and Abigail Polly. Now showing for champion and reserve champion junior showman. Well, let's give these junior finalists a nice round of applause out here. Doing a good job. Really close and a very competitive division. And I'll be honest with you from the start, I probably said this a couple years ago, showmanship for me is not an obstacle course, it's not a quiz bowl, and it's not an endurance contest. I can readily tell pretty early which ones that I prefer in terms of their style, the way they drive, how they maneuver and transition those pigs. And to be honest with you, as a judge, an exhibitor, or a parent, the last thing you want to do is to wear these hogs out in showmanship before the real show. And that's just the truth. And so we're going to try to make it, see, somebody agrees back there. We're going to try to make it as efficient as possible. I think it is a close decision. And while they're all good, 3 of them do rise to the top. There are only spots for 2. The champion is the young lady in the paisley right here. And the reserve is this young man right here. Congratulations to Raylan Fleener with our champion junior showman, and congratulations to Eli Arthur with our reserve champion junior showman. Now entering the ring are our intermediate showman class. This is grades 6 through 8. Exhibitors in this class are Morgan Caswell, Hudson Clark, Reed Patterson, Oliver Goff, Maggie Zeich, Madeline Polly, and Kinley Cupper. Now showing our first class of intermediate showmen.
Good start to the intermediate division. Pin 2 over there. Let's give these other kids a big round of applause, some encouragement as they head back to the barn.
Now entering the ring is our second class of intermediate showmen. Exhibitors in this class are Justin Keller, Zane Campbell, Barrett Tragesser, Langley Hill, Tyler Campbell, Brooklyn Pendle, and Emmett Young.
Well, another good heat. Please reward these kids with a round of applause, and we'll get you a grand in reserve in this finals.
Okay, we'll now be showing for intermediate showmen. Exhibitors are Morgan Caswell, Reed Patterson, Madeline Pauley, Langley Hill, and Brooklyn Pendle. Now showing for champion and reserve champion intermediate showmen.
Well, an extremely competitive group out here to pick a grand and reserve intermediate showman from. Please give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really, really good set of showmen. And to be honest with you, the champion and reserve is a very close decision. And I think you can justify it either way. They're a little different in terms of style. One's a little more intense. One's a little more laid back or natural. They have a little differences in how they position and transition them in terms of spacing out here. But they're both very, very good. And to be honest with you, I just think I like the intensity of the young man. And he's going to be the champion. Congratulations to him. Young lady right here is going to be reserved. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations goes to Reed Patterson, our champion intermediate showman, and congratulations to Brooklyn Pendle, reserve champion intermediate showman. All right, now entering the ring is our first class of senior showmen. This is grades 9 through 12. Exhibitors in this class. Okay. Harper Lawrence, Henry Kane, and Elena Quimby.
as we start out the seniors. We've only got 3 in here, but all 3 of them do a nice job not knowing what's coming next. We're going to ask all 3 of them to come back. Give them a good round of applause.
Now entering the ring is our second class of senior showmen. Exhibitors in this class are Layla Quimby, Hunter Olson, Eliza Tragesser, and Lydia Kerr, now showing our second class of senior showmen.
Another good heat out here. Please give these exhibitors a nice round of applause as they head on back for their efforts.
Now entering the ring is our third class of senior showmen. Exhibitors in this class are Josie Grubb, Tyler Patterson, Isaiah Goff, and Spencer Buchanan.
Final heat of senior showmen was a good one to end on. These gentlemen did a nice job, just got edged out by the other two. Please give them a big round of applause.
We'll now be showing for our champion and reserve champion senior showmen. Exhibitors are Harper Lawrence, Henry Kane, Elena Quimby, Layla Quimby, Lydia Kerr, Josie Grubb, and Tyler Patterson.
Well, as expected, the senior division is very, very competitive. Please give these finalists a big round of applause. And you can build a case and justify a handful of them to win. And the thing about showmanship is it's way more personal than even judging the actual stock show. There is no class in high school or college that gives you a list of criteria or a coach to tell you what makes a great showman and what doesn't. So it is truly personal opinion, even more than the actual judging of the stock. I know for those of you around ringside, it gets way more personal because you can take criticism on Sassy the show hog, Stephen or Sarah the showman, not so much, and I understand that part. I get that. And so very, very close decision here for me between the top two. What it came down to is spacing. And I tell people at almost every hog show I judge, you'll hear somebody yell, "Drive at the judge, drive at the judge." I can see nothing when the hog is at my feet. The better thing to do is say, get out from the pack, get away from the group where I can see the animal at all times. The one that I think did that the best is the young lady in the middle with the Duroc. She's the champion. Congratulations to her. Young man in the pink stripes is going to be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to Lydia Kerr, champion senior showman, and congratulations to Tyler Patterson, reserve champion senior showman. We'll now be showing our home farm born gilt class. Exhibitors in this class, these animals were born and raised on their farm. All right, exhibitors in this class are Henry Kane, Joanna Fansler, Jamison Roeder, and Hunter Olson.
Well, I think it's a good deal that y'all have this division out here for the kids that breed and bring their own and bring them to the show. So reward those kids for their efforts out here. It's not easy to do. Doing a nice job. Give them a round of applause, please. In terms of, they've asked me to pick a grand and reserve, not go through and place them in the one that's going to win in terms of look and presence and poise, combining that with some muscle, and I think adequate in terms of structure. Young man in the floral shirt with the belted gilt will be the champion. Congratulations to him. This little guy right here in the plaid is going to be reserved. Congratulations to you, buddy.
Congratulations goes to Henry Kane with a champion home farm born gilt, and congratulations to Jamison Roeder with our reserve champion home farm born gilt. Now entering the ring is our first class of Berkshire Gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Joanna Fansler and Layla Quimby. This is our February class of Berkshire Gilts.
We're going to start with the young lady in the paisley shirt, and that gilt just has a lot more mass, dimension, and muscle to her. And with that one that still has a nice show ring look and poise about her, you know, if I was going to modify her, change her, she's a little more upright in terms of her shoulder and knee. She's a little more rigid in terms of the way that she motivates out of her rear hog. But a good place to start in terms of the breeding gilt show. The gilt that comes in second is definitely longer in terms of her spine, has more total extension, but she's just one that in terms of her body shape, type, and build, she's too tight in terms of her rib. There's not enough to her in terms of muscle. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations goes to Layla Quimby with the first place, and second place goes to Joanna Fansler. Now entering the ring is our second class of Berkshire Gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Joanna Fansler and J. Ty Webb. These are January Gilts.
Going to start with the young man's gilt that's being a little frisky down there, but in terms of the pair, that one's the fresher one of the group. Definitely one that I think is more correct in terms of look, freshness, fullness out here, one that's got an ample amount of muscle. We'd like to expand her in terms of her body shape and her cage, make her bulkier in terms of her midsection, but still the one that I prefer. The young lady's is better in terms of her roundness of rib, her depth of side in those areas, not quite as good in terms of her structure, not as fresh in terms of her look. Give them a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Ty Webb, and second place to Joanna Fansler. Now entering the ring is our third class of Berkshire Gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Trevor Durnall, Kinley Cupper, Brooklyn Pendle, and Bailey Moore. This is a December class of Berkshire Gilts.
Well, as we move into the last class, the Berkshire Guilds, young lady, the blonde young lady with the ponytail is going to win. And just be real frank with you, of everything that we've seen so far, that one is way more my speed than the rest of them. One that is just excellent in terms of the fact that she's got a killer look in terms of her presence. She's stout, she's square, she's dense in terms of her make. And with that, she still handles it relatively well in terms of her running gear. So an awesome place to start. Young lady that comes in second has a good one. That one's attractive, well balanced, and one that's good at the ground in terms of build, one that's just not nearly as massive or extra as the one that comes up front. The one and third of the gentlemen's here, that one's just a little better in terms of rear leg structure out here today, a long-sided level design one that's got to have more mass and muscle. This young lady that ends up anchoring out the class, that one probably is a little more expressive. Problem for that gilt is she's laboring off of her hind legs, just can't get out here and go as she needs to. Give them a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Brooklyn Pendle. Second place, Bailey Moore. Third place, Kinley Cupper. And fourth place, Trevor Durnall. We'll now be showing for Champion Berkshire Gilt. From Class 1, our exhibitor is Layla Quimby. From Class 2, Ty Webb. And Class 3, Brooklyn Pendle.
Well, as we get out here to name the Grand and Reserve and the Berkshire Gilt breed, y'all have been a little quiet so far. Y'all are going to have to get a little better on the clapping. Give them a nice round of applause, please. And I know that we've got a whole lot of show to go through, but I'm telling you, the one that's going to elevate out of here, I do like her, and I think she'll be a contender at the end. Young lady out of Class 3 is the champion. Congratulations to you. I think that we have two contending for reserve, or actually three, that they're all very different in terms of their type and kind, and it gets very close. And depending on what you want to prioritize or emphasize, you can justify two of them to win. The one that's going to come reserve for me, I think she's more correct in terms of her shoulder and knee. I think she's more comfortable in terms of her build. I think she is the better looking one of the pair. She's not as stout, but the one that was second to the champion will be reserved. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to Brooklyn Pendle with the Champion Berkshire Gilt, and congratulations to Bailey Moore with Reserve Champion Berkshire Gilt. Now entering the ring is our Chester White Gilt class. We only have one exhibitor in this class. It's Ty Webb, and this is a January Gilt.
We've only got one in the Chester White breed, so at the end of the week, I can say that without a doubt, I got the Chester White breeding gilts at the Monroe Carnival, right? Because nobody can argue with me. But the young man's done a good job out here. His gilt is one that has some shape up high. She's extended through her front end, and she's correct enough in terms of her proportions. Young man, when you take that banner or whatever you go home and show your friends, don't tell them how many were in it, just that you won. Give him a good round of applause.
Congratulations to Ty Webb with the Champion Chester White Gilt. Now entering the ring is our first class of Duroc Gilt. Exhibitor in this class is Reese Pendle. This is a February Gilt.
Young ladies single entry in the February gilt class of the Red Hogs is one that is really good in terms of her lines, her balance, her symmetry. She's show ring oriented in terms of her look. I think she's adequate in terms of her proportions. I'd probably like to stouten her in terms of her total muscularity, but we'll study her further in the champion drive. Give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Reese Pendle. I'm sorry. Now entering the ring is Raylan Fleener with our January Duroc Gilts.
Another single entry out here, the young lady that we saw earlier in showmanship, one that is a stouter version of what we just saw in the previous class in terms of muscularity and width and dimension, one that still has some presence as you study her up front. We could make her a little more correct in terms of the angle to her hock, but another high quality entry. She's doing a great job. Give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Raylan Fleener. Now entering the ring is our December class of Duroc Gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Emma Fleener and Joe Tapman.
We've got two that are very different in terms of type and kind. I'm going to use the tall gentleman to win. That Gilt is one that she's not cooperating in terms of moving out here for the young man, but that one is massive in terms of her center body. She is tremendous in terms of her broodiness. She's stout at the ground in terms of her foundation. She has some muscle to her. When she did go just for a little bit for us there, I think she's flexible enough. I hope she acts better in the champion drive because she's got some neat things about her. Young ladies in second is obviously very attractive, long-sided, one that's too cylindrical in terms of her body type, gives up too much muscle to the class winner. Give them a nice round of applause.
First place goes to Joe Tapman, and second place, Emma Fleener. Will now be showing for champion and reserve champion Duroc Gilt. From our first class, his exhibitor is Reese Pendle. From our second class, Raylan Fleener. And from our third class, Joe Tapman.
Well, as we get out here in the Duroc division, give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Three that are very, very different in terms of their type and kind. And to be honest with you, it's a little bit of a close decision, not just because they're so different, but also two of them aren't really wanting to cooperate and show themselves off as easily as the other. And so that weighs in just a little bit. The one that came out of class 1, we talked about that she was beautiful in terms of her balance and her look and her lines. She needs more muscle, and she still needs that. The one that came out of class 2 of the young lady in the Paisley has more muscle, has more power than the one out of class 1. Still has some balance and some look and some show ring presence. I think her proportions are good. My only issue with her is as you study her out of her rear hock, the way she hinges out of her hip hock and down to the chip, she's just not as comfortable there as I'd like her to be. Then we have the big gilt out of class 3. Obviously, she's the status, she's the burliest, she's the one that's the squarest in terms of her make. With that, she's not quite as sweet and attractive in terms of her feature or front end. She wants to sway and settle in terms of her top line, and she's just really not wanting to get out here and do much for the young man. He's trying as hard as he can, but she's just not cooperating with him, and because of that, she can't really get a real good gauge on how sound and how mobile she is, because she just doesn't get out and move. Her angles look good, her hocks look good to me, but at times she just really doesn't want to get out here and present. I do know that studying her from behind just a second ago, she wants to throw him out just a little in terms of her rear running gear. So I think it's a close decision. Young lady out of class 2 is going to have the champion. Young man out of class 3 is going to be reserved. Congratulations to both.
Congratulations to Raylan Fleener with the champion Duroc Gilt, and congratulations to Joe Tapman, reserve champion Duroc Gilt. Now entering the ring is our first class of Hampshire Gilts. This is a January class. Exhibitors in this class are Jocelyn Olson and Ellie Livingston. Now showing our January class of Hampshire Gilts.
In this class of January Hampshire Gilts, the young lady in the striped shirt, that one is just one that has a lot more to her in terms of proportions, dimensions, muscle, and yet one that still, I think, is good enough in terms of the way that she goes. She gets awfully narrow in terms of the way that she handles herself out of her knee and front end, and that's where I'd modify her the most. Young lady's in second is long-sided and shapely. She's got to be stout and squared and opened up in terms of her body build and shape to be competitive within the pair. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Ellie Livingston with the first place animal, and congratulations to Jocelyn Olson, second place. Now entering the ring is our second class of Hampshire Gilts. These are December Gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Henry Kane, Embry Chilton, and Ruby Young.
Well, as we get out here in this class, I think the top two are very close, and there's a bunch of differences in between them. Going to use young lady in the fringe shirt to win. I think there's just more true natural width, dimension, and mass in her. I think she's one that's a little sharper in terms of how she extends up front, one that's just more dimensional all the way through. They both have some structural issues that I need to correct. She's not the swiftest on her feet and legs, and I understand that. She's still my favorite and my pick to win. The gentleman that's comes in second, that one is longer, stretchier, taller, more extended. I like those attributes about her, but she closes in more in terms of her rib. She's not as stout and shapely from behind, and she too has some issues, particularly in terms of how she goes out of her rear hog. Gentleman in third has got one that simply has more correct body shape than the one that comes in four, a long-sided, level-designed one as well, not as correct in terms of build, not as powerful in terms of muscle. The young lady that ends up in four, that's the longest spine gilt of the entire class. She's the most extended. Unfortunately for that young lady, her gilt is the one that concerns me the most in terms of how she goes off either end of her skeleton. She's the tightest in terms of her lower rib and flank. Give them a nice round of applause.
Okay. Congratulations goes to Embry Chilton with the first place. Second place goes to Henry Kane. Third place, Henry Kane, and fourth place, Ruby Young. Will now be showing for champion and reserve champion Hampshire Gilt from Class 1, Ellie Livingston, and Class 2, Embry Chilton.
Let's give the Hampshire exhibitors a nice round of applause. An interesting group out here. Definitely some quality in all of the exhibits that came through, but a great deal of differences. And to be honest with you, maybe I didn't find that one that came 100% correct at me in every single area, but ones that definitely have some quality and have some things that you like. I think the decision is close. Obviously, there is a big difference in terms of size and frame out here between the two, and it's actually a little interesting because the one that's older is the one that's a little more conservative in those areas, but that doesn't bother me. Good ones and great ones comes in all shapes, sizes, colors, and kinds. I just tried to find the one that hits the priorities that I think are important, that starts with a sound base, good structure, big build, put some muscle, some power, and some look. The one that does that more correctly is this young lady right here. Congratulations to you. the gentleman that pulls in and comes in for second. We thought that pair was close in that class, even though they were different in type and kind. But the same things hold true. He's going to be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations goes to Embry Chilton with champion Hampshire Gilt, and congratulations to Henry Kane with reserve champion Hampshire Gilt. Now entering the ring is our first class of Hereford Gilts. These are January Gilts. The exhibitors in this class are Kinley Cupper, Spencer Buchanan, Eliza Tragesser, and Noah Olson. Now showing our January class of Hereford Gilts.
Well, I think a logical class, and the young man with the pale red one and the blue shirt's going to win, and she's the powerful one of the group in terms of just overwhelming in terms of her body shape. She is really broody in terms of her look. She has the most muscle, and yet still with that, I think she's the best structured, and that structure advantage is what propels her over the young ladies in second, because that's an attractive, shapely one that's good for her size and her demeanor in terms of proportions. One, though, that gets tighter and tenser in the top side of her spine, not as correct or as comfortable in terms of the way that she goes. The one that's going to come in third, just longer than the 1 and 4, and really good in terms of extension. Study her in terms of feet and leg structure and her joints. She's got to be made better there. The one that comes in 4 is one very similar to the one right above him in terms of being one that's attractive in terms of lines and balance, just not enough to that particular individual in terms of body and mass. But give them a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Spencer Buchanan. Second place, Eliza Tragesser. Third place, Noah Olson. And fourth place, Kinley Cupper. We'll now be showing our December class of Hereford Gilts. Exhibitor in this class are Henry Kane.
Young man's got a single entry, but one that could definitely stand a lot of competition, because if you just study her from the point of her hocks up and forward, she is very, very good. She's got a great look in terms of her presence and poise. She's powerful, she's stout, and she's square. I really love the rib shape that she displays. She goes good off of her front end. Is she absolutely flawless in the way that she goes out of her hip and hock? No, she's not, but that's getting very critical on one that's got some tremendous pieces. Give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations goes to Henry Kane. We'll now be showing for champion Hereford Gilt. Exhibitor from Class 1 is Spencer Buchanan, and from Class 2, Henry Kane. Now showing for champion and reserve champion Hereford Gilt.
Well, let's give the Hereford exhibitors a big round of applause as well. A good show and some quality here. Maybe not huge in numbers, but to be honest with you, I could change just a little bit on how both of these move after that. And it's not bad by any means, but I could just be a little critical in terms of structure. After that, there is one out here that has got some really unique parts and pieces, some things that I greatly, greatly admire. Young man right here is the champion. Congratulations to him. Single entry, so then this one will be reserved. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations goes to Henry Kane with champion Hereford Gilt, and congratulations to Spencer Buchanan with reserve champion Hereford Gilt. Now entering the ring is our Landress Gilt class. Exhibitor in this class is Emmett Young. This is a December Gilt.
Young man's got a single entry in the Landrace breed. I asked him if he scared off all the competition. He kind of smiled at me, but some of that could be true because she's very good. She is one that when she gets out and goes for the gentleman, she's very good in terms of her general build and her functionality out here. She's still got some show ring presence and quality, and then yet still plenty of muscle and mass for this breed. So one will study further in the champion drive. Give him a big round of applause on his county fair champion.
Congratulations goes to Emmett Young with the champion Landress Gilt. Attention in the swine barn. I need class 24 and class 25 Tamworth Gilts to the makeup ring. 24 and 25 to the makeup ring. Okay, 2. We'll now be showing our Poland Gilt class. Exhibitors in this class are Kinley Wright and Joe Tapman. These are December Gilts.
The gentleman's gilt will be the victor within the pair, and while they've got some differences, they both have some things you like. The young man's is one that's just much more show ring oriented in terms of the fact that her balance, her symmetry, and her proportions are more on point. I think that she goes good enough in terms of the way that she moves. She's just one that's got more look than the one that comes in second. The young lady's in second has got some muscle, some mass. We change her in terms of her freshness, elevate her up front, but give them a nice round of applause, please.
Congratulations goes to Joe Tapman with champion Poland Gilt, and congratulations to Kinley Wright, reserve champion Poland Gilt. Now entering the ring is our first class of Spot Gilt. Exhibitor in this class is Charlie Monroe. This is a January Gilt.
Young lady in the first class of this particular breed, a single entry, but one that I think extension is a term that fits that gilt very well. She's so long and level in terms of her side. She's feminine in terms of her feature. Maybe we could build her stouter all the way through, but we'll study her further in the champion drive. Give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Charlie Monroe with first place animal. Now entering the ring is our second class of Spot Gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Grace Rudisell, Tucker Campbell, and Avery Michael. These are December Gilts.
As we move into this trio, the easy, the logical, and the correct thing to do is to find the young lady in the yellow to win. That's the heaviest muscled one. That's the best looking one. That's the most correct in terms of her feet and legs. I don't know if she overwhelms you in any one dimension or proportion, but one that's very, very solid. The closer decision is between 2 and 3. I'm going to use the young lady to come second because that's the fresher appearing one of the group that I think is a little more correct in terms of general build. The one young man's in third probably has more true muscle shape when you get on top and behind than the one that gets in second. Not as good in terms of freshness or show ring perspective, but a good class, nice one to win. Give them a good round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Grace Rudisell. Second place, Avery Michael. And third place, Tucker Campbell. Will now be showing for champion spot gilt. Exhibitor from Class 1 is Charlie Monroe. And from Class 2 is Grace Rudisell.
Much like I talked about in the last class, the young lady with the yellow shirt, that one is just the dominant force within the breed for all the reasons that are fairly obvious to me, and I'm sure those of you around ringside give her a nice round of applause on her breed champion. When we come out to compete for reserve, I think these are a little more similar in terms of type and kind, in terms that they have some length, some extension to them. They both need to be a little stouter. There is one that is better built in terms of running gear and soundness. Young lady out of Class 1 will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations goes to Grace Rudisell with the champion spot gilt, and congratulations to Charlie Monroe, reserve champion spot gilt. Now entering the ring is our first class of Tamworth gilts. Exhibitor in this class is Embry Chilton. This is a January gilt.
So we start off the Tam breed. The young lady brings us one that is extremely ripped up and shapely. That is a big back, thick-ended, square-made gilt that still handles it quite well in terms of her running gear. We'll study her further in the champion drive. Give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations goes to Embry Chilton with first place. Now entering the ring is our second class of Tamworth gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Kayla Moore and Brooklyn Pendle. These are December gilts.
Well, we've got a nice pair out here, but structural integrity dictates that the blonde-headed young lady wins the class. That one is so much more fluid, flexible, and comfortable in terms of how she goes off either end of her skeleton with abundance of muscle and still some look, so a nice place to start. There's no doubt that the young lady that comes into, that is actually the stouter version of the pair. She's bigger in terms of her back. She's square in terms of her natural shape. I appreciate those things about her, but with her added muscularity and density, she wants to get too locked up and tight and rigid off of her rear running gear. But a high quality group, give them a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Brooklyn Pendle, and second place Kayla Moore. Will now be showing for champion and reserve champion Tamworth gilt. From class 1, our exhibitor is Embry Chilton, and class 2 Brooklyn Pendle.
Well, you only had 3 individuals in the Tamworth show, but being honest with you, just in terms of quality as an entire breed, probably the most impressive all the way through has been this trio. So give these ladies a big round of applause. They brought a nice set out here. The 2 that are driving out here now are both very, very good, but they're very different in terms of their type and kind, and it's a close decision. The young lady that won Class 1, that one is so stout and so shapely, so muscular and dense, and yet with that, I think she handles it very good in terms of her running gear, and she still puts together some look. The problem or the issue is, I know she's younger, not as mature in different stages of her life. I just don't think she's ever going to be as opened up, as stout in terms of her rib, as broody in terms of her look. The advantage of the young ladies that won the heavyweight or the older class, that one is one that's truly attractive in terms of presence, one that is just really spot on in terms of the look, lines, and balance. And I think there's more than enough to her in terms of muscle mass and dimension. And I think she goes good off of her front end. When you watch her go from behind, she wants to get a little awkward in terms of how she handles her rear hog. Maybe she's not as stout in terms of her feature, but those are 2 very, very good ones, just different in terms of type and kind. This one is more my type and kind. Congratulations to you. We talked about that second to the champion was a good one because she's muscular, she's very, very square, and she's really broody in terms of her make. She just doesn't go good enough for me off of her rear tires. Young lady right here out of Class 1 will be reserved. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations goes to Brooklyn Pendle with champion Tamworth Gilt, and congratulations to Embry Chilton with reserve champion Tamworth Gilt. Now entering the ring is our first class of Yorkshire Gilt. Exhibitor in this class are Eli Arthur and Tori Goff. These are January Gilts.
Get out there in this pair, and Carrot Top standing in the middle of the reins and a win, because that is the one of the 2 gilts. There's just more to her in terms of her body shape, her muscularity, and yet then I think she's got more presence, but she's overwhelming in terms of body mass within the pair. Young lady that's going to come in second's got a long, attractive, level-sided one that's just got to have more to her within the duo. Give them a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Eli Arthur, and second place to Tori Goff. Now entering the ring is our second class of Yorkshire Gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Ellie Fleener, Betsy Moore, and Harlan Van Devender. These are December Gilts now entering the ring.
Well, I don't know if you can get any more logical on how they need to sort out, because it is just cut and dried for me. Young man that wins has simply got a good one. She's flexible, she's functional, she's got some look and some muscle to her, and so she'll make a nice addition to the champion drive. The young lady that's going to come second has got one that just has more mass and more power. She's a little better at the ground than the one that comes in 3. This is a long level attractive one that's just not quite as good in terms of the way that she's built, and she's the lightest muscled. Give them a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Harlan Van Devender. Second place, Ellie Fleener. And third place, Betsy Moore. We'll be now showing for champion Yorkshire Gilt from Class 1. Our exhibitor is Eli Arthur. And from Class 2, Harlan Van Devender, now showing for champion and reserve champion Yorkshire Gilt. Okay, now we're showing for champion Yorkshire Gilt from Class 1 is Eli Arthur, and from Class 2, Harlan Van Devender.
Well, we've got a nice way to close before we start the crossbred side of the Gilt show. Give both of these exhibitors a big round of applause. Two very good York Gilts out here, but they have some differences in between them. The young man driving closest to me of the pair, I think that's the one that's just a little stouter in terms of her lower ribs. She's probably got as much or more true muscle mass and dimension within the pair. She's one that I think is still good in terms of the way that she goes. She's not as sharp in terms of her feature. She's not as poised or composed in terms of her show ring presence. I don't think she's quite as fresh as the one that comes out of the second class. Young man's here's got one that's got a killer look and one that's still really good at the ground in terms of running gear. I think there's more than enough muscle to her. Does she flatten in terms of her lower rib shape? Could I square and round her in terms of her rib? Sure, I could, but that's the better looking one of the pair. That's more my type. Class 2 will be the champion. Congratulations to you. Young lady that comes in and vies for reserve, we just talked about that one. There's just simply too much good in the young man out of Class 1 to leave him standing. He'll be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations goes to Harlan Van Devender with the champion Yorkshire Gilt, and congratulations to Eli Arthur with reserve champion Yorkshire Gilt. Now entering the ring is our first class of crossbred gilts. Animals in this class range in weight from 177 to 209. On the crossbred animals, they go by weight instead of the birth date. Exhibitors in this class are Bradley Moore, Camry Conder, Langley Hill, Henry Kane, Emery Sears, Tucker Campbell, and Tyler Campbell. Now showing our first class of crossbred gilts.
Well, as we start off the Crossbred Guild show, young man with the calico and the floral shirt's going to win, and in a close top pair over the belted gilt. I like that one more in terms of flexibility. I think it's definitely more correct in terms of the way that she handles herself off of her rear running gear. With that, she's one that's really opened up and pulled apart in terms of her body shape. She's still attractive in terms of her look and fresh in terms of her appearance. Now, the belted one of the young ladies in the harness that comes into probably a little more extended. As you study her from the blaze forward, really good in terms of her lines and balance. She wants to get underneath herself in terms of how she utilizes her rear hip and hock, not quite as good at the ground. We've got another calico of a young man in a purple colored shirt out here that's very good in terms of muscle, mass, and dimension. Gets too compact and jammed together in terms of segments and size for me, but one that's very nice. Young lady coming in forward with the yellow earrings. I think that one is got a little more length, got a little more stretch to her. One that's not quite as good in terms of how she goes out of her rear hip and hog. She gets tighter in terms of her body. We had one in 5 that was good in terms of look. She's got to have more muscle, but she was fundamentally better in terms of the way that she went than the next 2. The one that was 6 was one that had some muscle shape and mass, not quite as good in terms of running gear, particularly out of her shoulder and knee. And then we closed the class with one that had some length and extension. Got to build her wider from the ground up and sound her. Give them a nice round of applause.
Now entering the ring is our second class of crossbred gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Eli Arthur, Jocelyn Olson, Hunter Olson, Tori Goff, and Madeline Polly. Animals in this class range in weight from 223 to 244. Okay, I think I've got the results right here from the first class. So from the first class, first place and congratulations goes to Henry Kane. Second place, Langley Hill. Third place, Bradley Moore. Fourth place, Emery Sears. Fifth place, Camry Condor. Sixth place, Tyler Campbell. And seventh place, Tucker Campbell.
We'll take a little more interesting class out here, and after we get past the fact that the young man that's going in the pen, that one needs to win. You can do some different things. She was the obvious choice because she was the one that had a ton of muscle and mass and dimension in her, and yet she's still fresh and good looking out here in terms of her show ring presence and in terms of her structure. Although I could modify her in terms of the way that she motivates out of her rear hog, she's still the soundest structure. 1, 2, and 3 is a closer decision. Going to use the gentleman in 2 because I like that one more in terms of body shape shape and total muscularity. Not as long, not as level, not as cool in terms of design, but simply more to her. Young lady that's going to come in third has one that is very strong in terms of balance and symmetry. She flattens too much in terms of her total rib shape. She gets too flat in terms of her muscularity. When you view her from behind, the young lady with the solid black one and 4 has got one that's stout, opened up, and very broody. She is too round in terms of her muscle pattern for me. She's too bold in terms of her shoulder, doesn't handle it as good in terms of the way that she goes. Then we close out with one that you like in terms of a look perspective, from the blades forward in terms of extension, the lightest muscled and the tightest ribbed. Give them a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Eli Arthur. Second place, Hunter Olson. Third place, Tori Goff. Fourth place, Madeline Polly. And fifth place, Jocelyn Olson. Now entering the ring is our last class of crossbred gilts. Animals in this class range in weight from 251 to 282. Exhibitors in this class are Bradley Moore, Abigail Pendle, Zane Campbell, Lydia Kerr, Shelby Martin, Elena Quimby, and Arella Tapman. Now showing our last class of crossbred gilts. Once again, we'd like to thank our 2024 Swine Club sponsors. Our sponsors this year are BJ McElroy, Hollers Welding, Indiana Pork Producers Association, Joe and Kathy Van Devender, Josh and Jana Young, Kelsey Butcher Family, Monroe County Farm Bureau Incorporated.
Well, obviously, we kind of saved the best for last in terms of a depth of quality and within the class, and yet within the very good top trio, young lady in the floral shirt. That one wins for me and does so with some authority. That is the one that just radiates show ring look and presence as you study her in terms of her head and neck carriage. She's beautiful in terms of her balance in her line. She's the soundest one of the top trio in terms of her feet and leg structure and her mobility out here. There's enough to her in terms of muscle and mass. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you she's the stoutest or the squarest or the densest, but there's enough in those areas, and everything else she does quite well. 2 and 3 is a much closer decision for me, and they're different in terms of their type. For me, in terms of being consistent, the young ladies that in second is the sounder option that has more look and presence as you study her up front, because she has more symmetry, she has more balance as you study her there. She's also the one that's more relaxed and correct in terms of her spine and her top line. Now, the stoutest one of the class is the young ladies in third. She's square, she's dense, she's burly, and she's opened up. She gets too tight and tense on the top side of her spine. Study her from her blades forward. She's just too short in terms of her segments up there, in terms of her proportions, but that is a really, really good top trio. Gentlemen in 4 is doing a good job with one that's not wanting to cooperate, and between the pair in 4 and 5, there's more too. That one of the young man's in terms of body shape, rib, and total muscularity. The young ladies in 5 has got one that's very attractive in terms of presence, in terms of look. She's too tight in terms of her rib. She wants to get too tight and tense up in the top side of her spine, and watch her go from up front. She rolls from hock to ground, but all 5 of those very, very good. Then we have a nice one in 6 in terms of being broody. She needs more muscle. Gentleman to come next is one that's long spined and level. Got to have more to her. Very, very good class. Really nice top 3. Give them a big round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Lydia Kerr. Second place, Abigail Pendle. Third place, Shelby Martin. Fourth place, Bradley Moore. Fifth place, Elena Quimby. And sixth place, Arella Tapman. And seventh place, Zane Campbell. We'll now be showing for overall champion crossbred gilt and reserve champion from our lightweight class, our first class, Henry Kane. From our medium weight class, Eli Arthur. And our third class will be Lydia Kerr. All right, now entering the ring, we'll be showing for our champion crossbred gilt.
Well, let's give the crossbred gilt exhibitors a big round of applause. Obviously, the most numbers within any breed and a lot of quality all the way through. And while all of them are good, that pair out of the last class will stick together. This is the champion. That is the reserve. Congratulations to both.
Congratulations goes to Lydia Kerr with champion crossbred gilt, and congratulations to Abigail Pendle with reserve champion crossbred gilt. Okay, it's going to be just a few minutes, and we're going to bring all the champion gilts up here for the grand drive. We're going to be choosing the grand, the reserve grand, third overall, fourth, and fifth overall. And as we bring the animals out into the ring, we'll call them out by the breed. So if anyone doesn't know their different types, they'll be able to look at the different colors, look at the different styles, see the different breeds as they come out. All right, now entering the ring from our Berkshire class, Brooklyn Pendle. From our Chester White class. No? Okay, the Chester White will be out in just a second. Okay, from the Duroc class, Raylan Fleener. Sorry, there's our crossbred, Lydia Kerr. Hampshire. Okay, our Landress, Emmett Young. Spot. From our Spot class, Grace Rudisell. What? From our Duroc class, Raylan Fleener. From our Poland class, Hereford class, Henry Kane. From our Hampshire class, Embry Chilton. From our Yorkshire class, Harlan Van Devender. Okay. From our Poland class, Joe Tapman. And from our Chester White class, Ty Webb. will now be showing for our grand champion gilt. Oh, and I think I might have missed one from the Duroc class, Raylan Fleener.
Well, as we come to the close and to select a top 5 in the breeding gilt portion of your county fair, give everybody a big round of applause. A good set, done a nice job. There's been some quality through and through. Ran through them fairly efficiently so far, and I don't have a plane to catch. I've got nowhere to go till Thursday, but I've been called everything but slow and indecisive. So those of you that think I'm going too fast, I'm so sorry. You're going to have to deal with 3 days of it, because that's just how I operate out here. And I know what I like when I see it, and I'm a firm believer that if you don't know what you like before you get in this ring, you will never figure it out once you're in here. And I'm very confident in what I like and what I dislike, and so it just goes quick. And it's been a good show. A lot of quality. The kids have worked really hard. I think there's about 6 that I like really well, and unfortunately, there's only banners for 5, so somebody's going to get left out. But really, really good show all the way through. Give them a big round of applause. We'll get you a top 5. We'll move on to the barrels.
Kevin's got it written down too. Hey Kevin, what order you got on you? What order? Raylan Fleener had the Duroc. for sure when they're going to do that yet. Maybe.
I'll point just a second.
Okay. Okay. All ready to go. We're ready now?
Yes.
All right. First place and congratulations with Grand Champion Gilt goes to Lydia Kerr. Reserve Grand goes to Brooklyn Pendle with her Berkshire. Third overall goes to Brooklyn Pendle with her Cross. Fourth overall goes to Raylan Fleener with the Duroc. And fifth overall to Henry Kane with the Hereford. Congratulations. After that, we'll be doing the photos.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with our awards ceremony. First, we would like to recognize our senior members this year, those being Ada Hand, and Taylor Goff. Now we're going to recognize our 10-year Swine Club members. And before we acknowledge them, I just want to thank them. You know, they've put 10 years of hard work and dedication into this club. And, you know, this is a bittersweet moment for them. So give them a round of applause and then we'll announce them all. Our first 10-year member is Abby Buchanan. Laura Carnegie. Emma Fleener. Josie Grubb. Lydia Kerr. Shelby Martin. And Bradley Moore. If all of our senior members could come up here. Okay. I'll have you guys go through and just say your name, and if you could just tell the crowd what you're going to do after your time in 4-H. Just your name and what are you going to do after 4-H?
I'm Abby, and I will be going to Ivy Tech and working at the hospital.
Hi everyone, my name is Laura Carnegie. I plan to be attending the University of Southern Indiana in the fall to major in exercise science, and then I will get my graduate degree in occupational therapy.
Hi, I'm Emma Fleener. I'll be going to Ivy Tech and going for education to become a third grade teacher.
Hi everyone, I'm Josie Grubb. In the fall, I'm going to Ivy Tech, doing their ASAP program to get my associates, and then I plan to transfer to IU to study medicine.
Hi, I'm Lydia Kerr, and I plan to go to cosmetology school in Kansas.
I'm Shelby Martin, and I'm going to Lakeland College in Mattoon, Illinois to study ag business.
I'm Bradley Moore. I'm just going to enter the workforce.
I'm Ada, and I'm going to Purdue to pursue vet science and become a large animal vet.
I'm Taylor Goff, and I don't know what I'm doing yet, so. Again, give them a round of applause. Now we'd like to recognize our officer team for 2024, starting with our president, Reese Oliver. You guys. Our Vice President, Bradley Moore. Our Secretary, Bailey Moore. Our Treasurer, Ty Webb. Our Historian, Lydia Kerr. And Hospitality, Harper Lawrence. I don't know if you guys know this, but these kids really make our club run. They are at every meeting. They help us plan all of our events throughout the year, tag-ins, open show, geraniums. You'll see them helping out today around the barn. They put in a lot of hours, and we couldn't do it without them, so give them a round of applause. We have a few other awards that we like to give out every year, and we'll start with our Outstanding Leader Award. This award was kind of a tough pick for us this year. We had two really phenomenal people that we thought were both very deserving of this award. I'll talk about both of them, but first, I'll talk about our first recipient. This individual is more of a stand-up leader, always the first to take charge. If we asked for anything, he was always there. Didn't matter the time, the day, he would take the initiative to reach out before we even asked. And this year, our first recipient of the Outstanding Leader Award is Bradley Moore. Our next recipient of this award is one person that, may not be right up there, take charge first to announce things, but whenever you look out in the meeting, he has all of his kids sitting there in a circle, and he's talking to each and every one of them, and he makes a connection with them, and I think that there's so much value in that. He is always making kids smile, and he can always put a smile on your face. He's been a big help the past 2 years, and that's Ty Webb. Next, we have our Herdsman Award, and this year we kind of redid the structure of this award. So these kids, it was an optional test that they took, and it had 5 different sections, and some of that may have included ear notches, meat cuts, feeding, various things, and it increased with difficulty as it went on. And we actually had a tie this year for a herdsman. So our first recipient, she's a 10-year member, and her sisters are ringside. And I know that they're gonna cherish this moment forever because she told me a couple days ago, she's like, I know I did so terrible on that, and it was so hard for me to not tell her because she actually tied for it, so Lydia Kerr. And our next recipient has only been in the club for 3 years, but she's really taken every opportunity to grow her knowledge in swine, and that is Harper Lawrence. This year we've started a new award in honor of Kevin Burks, who many of you know is kind of the face of the Monroe County Fair. He puts in so many hours here during the week. He's at every single livestock show. You've seen him in the ring today, and I'm sure if you come to any other show, you'll see him. He is a big part of the Monroe County Fair community, and we really couldn't do it without him. He always has a smile on his face. And if you've been able to serve on the Queen's Court, you know that he is always there. When's the last time you ate? When's the last time you've had a drink? And we really couldn't think of a more fitting award to give other than a cooler. But I'll let Kevin share a few words, and then we'll announce our recipient.
I want to thank everybody for all the support I get here. This is my family's 31st year here. I love it. I am so honored to receive this thought even, but we all are one big family. We all have our blood family, but when you come to the Monroe County Fair, we are all family. I watch these young kids grow from babies to they're finishing up their years. We also have new members back there in the barn. In all the barns we have new members. And I just want to thank you all for all the support that Kevin gets. Appreciate it very much.
So our recipient of this year is an individual who has taken every opportunity to grow in this club. Always has a smile on her face. She's always willing to help others. She's the biggest cheerleader for anyone and everyone. She's great with our members, and that is Harper Lawrence. Is Jake Naylor ringside or in the barn? If you are, please come to the arena.
Okay, so we have one more special award to give tonight, and it is going to be to this young man right here. And the reason why we're giving him an award is because he worked really hard all year and he racked up points on our list to pick pins. And if you all know, picking pins is a pretty big deal around here. It's a drama sometimes, and the fight to who gets which one first. But it's based off points and how much they've worked throughout the year. Jake here worked really hard and he got a lot of points, and he was one of the first ones to pick pins this year. And unfortunately, his leaders failed him because we forgot to count after the pins were up how many were in a line. And unfortunately, his pin got squeezed out because of that. And we were willing to put it back in and have everybody shift down, and he was the bigger person, and he said no, he didn't want us to have to do that because he could just pick a different pin even though it was disappointing. And so this young man is the true definition of sportsmanship. Another family was kind enough to forfeit one of their pins, and he gladly slid right into theirs. And I couldn't be more thankful for that because that was just a huge help. So to honor him, we got him a gift card for the Sugar Shack so he can eat there all week long because he is just too sweet. So thank you, Jake. We really appreciate it. Good job. All right, so that concludes our awards. So we will start the borrow show.
All right, we're about ready to get started with the barrow show. Our first class coming up is our home farm born. Those animals will be on their way up. While they're bringing those animals up, once again, if you just joined us, we'd like you to meet our judge, Ryan Rash. He's from Crockett, Texas, owner of SB Cattle Company and executive director of the BTR JLA. Let's give Ryan a hand. We'd also like to thank all of our 2024 sponsors. Our sponsors this year are BJ McElroy, Hollers Welding, Indiana Pork Producers Association, Joe and Kathy Van Devender, Josh and Jana Young, Kelsey Butcher Family, Monroe County Farm Bureau Incorporated, R.H. Marlin Excavating, the Heath Van Devender Family, the Polly Family, Wright Family Farms, Keystone Cooperative, and EKBrandSelective.com Photography. And you've seen those ladies in the ring tonight doing photography. Also, an announcement about the food drive, the Stock the Trailer announcement. Don't forget to bring non-perishable items for the Farm Credit Mid-America and Monroe County 4-H food drive this week. There are bins in each barn for collection. Give them to your favorite club to help them win the contest. Donations can also be put in the trailer on the south side of the poultry barn. QR codes are available at all locations to give money to purchase food. The food collection will be divided between the community kitchen, Pantry 279, and Hoosier Hills Food Bank. Thank you to Billy Fleetwood for the donation of his trailer this week. Thank you to Rogers Group for allowing us to weigh the trailer. And thank you to Farm Credit Mid-America and Rural First for making the food drive possible. All right, now entering the ring is our home farm-born barrows.
Only two out here in the home farm born barrel show, but both of them have some quality. Young man is going to end up being the champion because there's more body shape in him. He's definitely sounder and surer off of his hind legs. The one that comes in second or reserve of the young ladies, definitely one that's tall fronted and long spined, just not as impressive in terms of a body build or a structure standpoint, but they're both very good. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations goes to Emmett Young with the champion, and reserve champion to Joanna Fansler. Also this evening, we'd like to thank who helped in the ring. Our 2024 Fair Queen, Grace Richards in the ring. We also have Laura Carnegie, our first runner-up, and Lacey Brenniger, Miss Congeniality. The ladies are helping in the ring and passing out the awards. Let's give them a big hand. Now entering the ring is our first class of Berkshire Barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 201 to 248. Exhibitors in this class are Joanna Fansler, Jessica Keller, Oliver Goff, Bailey Moore, and Ellie Fleener. Attention to the Swine bar, need class 32, second class Berkshire Barrows, and class 33, our class of Tenderloin Barrows to the makeup ring.
As we move into the first class of market bears, the young lady in the multicolored shirt out in the middle with the painted bear is going to win. That's the one that has the most quality in terms of the fact that that one's attractive and good looking in terms of show ring perspective. I think the body proportions are pretty good in that one. I think there's enough muscle and enough mass in him. He's not overwhelming in that standpoint. And in terms of his structure, I'd definitely like to see him wider in terms of his range of motion, but keeping one that's fairly flexible and got some look. He needs to win. The gentleman that comes in second there in the plaid short sleeve shirt, that one is simply sounder than the one that comes in third, one that still is good in terms of product and shape, not as extended, not as good looking as the one that wins. Young lady's got a massive one that ends up third out here in terms of just one that is so big back, so thick ended, that one just can't get out and go the way it needs to off of its rear running gear, particularly just not sound enough to elevate up any higher with into the top pair. The 1 and 4 is one that you appreciate appreciate the fact that that one's got some shape up high, good enough in terms of freshness, got to just have more natural width and dimension in terms of body shape. And then we close out the class with one that is level lined and good-sided, one that just doesn't have enough power. Give them a nice round of applause.
All right. First place and congratulations goes to Bailey Moore. Second place, Oliver Goff. Third place, Ellie Fleener. Fourth place, Joanna Fansler. And fifth place, Justin Keller. Now entering the ring is our second class of Berkshire Barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 259 to 275. Exhibitors in this class are Luke Conder, Kayla Moore, Joe Tatman, Oliver Young, and Abigail Pendle.
Well, we've got a nice top pair out here. Young lady in the black shirt is going to initiate the duo. And while that's not the more muscular option, that's the fresher, better moving option. As you study the pair, one that's good in terms of lines and considerably fresher in terms of look, and one that I think is ample in terms of muscle shape. Most importantly, if you watch the way that one operates off either end of the skeletal system, just sounder and sure-footed. The one that comes in second, a lot like him in terms of lines and balance, one that does have more natural mass and width, not as coordinated, not as collected in terms of the way that he goes. We've got a very stout, big-ended, thick one that comes in three that's not sharp enough in terms of features and not mobile enough. The 1 and 4 is as bold-bodied and as wide as any of them in this particular class. He gets outside of himself too much on either end of the skeletal system, and I need to see him leaner in terms of his shape out here. The one that comes in 5 is one again. Got plenty of muscle and plenty in length. In terms of a balance perspective, he wants to fall out because he sways and settles in terms of his top line. He's not as flexible as he needs to be. Give him a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Abigail Pendle. Second place, Kayla Moore. Third place, Luke Conder. Fourth place, Joe Tatman. And fifth place, Oliver Young. We'll now be showing for champion Berkshire Barrow and Reserve. From Class 1, our exhibitor is Bailey Moore. And from Class 2, Abigail Pendle, now showing for champion Berkshire.
Well, as we go to select the champion and reserve Burke, give these young ladies a good round of applause for their efforts. I think the Barrows have more similarities and differences in terms of the fact that they're both very good in terms of their length, their extension, their show ring oriented, in terms of their look. And while they're neither one of them are overwhelmingly blessed with muscle, I think there's enough. But within the pair, there is one that is fresher, taller fronted, and of the two has more shape. The heavyweight will be the champion. Congratulations to you. The young lady that comes in second in that class, we talked that pair. It was close. This one was a little stouter, a little square, not quite as swift moving. That one is still my favorite for reserve. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations goes to Abigail Pendle with champion Berkshire Barrow, and congratulations to to Kayla Moore, reserve champion Berkshire Barrow. Now entering the ring is our class of Chester White Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Lydia Kerr, Raylan Fleener, and Layla Quimby, now showing our Chester White Barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 231 to 268.
Well, I think we've got a really good trio, but three that are in very different stages of development, and they've got differences even within that in terms of how they're built. The young lady that's going to win, driving down there in the far, that's the massive one of the trio, one that is truly big-backed, square-inch, dense, and burly in terms of make. I think has enough look and show ring presence, probably not just the snazziest looking one that we've seen all afternoon, but one that with that power and mass is still extremely mobile. The young lady that's going to come in second, that one is just further along in terms of market readiness than the one that comes in third. Definitely more opened up in terms of body shape, has more natural width and power, not as good moving, particularly off the hind legs. Probably the best looking one of the trio, ends up in third. Tall fronted, elegant in terms of look. I think for where that one's at in terms of weight, appropriate enough in terms of muscle, just not far enough along. But a good trio, lots of quality all the way through. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations goes to Layla Quimby with champion Chester White Barrow. Congratulations to Raylan Fleener with reserve champion. And third place goes to Lydia Kerr. Now entering the ring is our first class of Duroc Barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 256 to 266. Exhibitors in this class are Lydia Kerr, Madison Zeich, Jessica Keller, McCoy Vinsel, and Callum Rudisel. Now showing our first class of Duroc Barrows.
Well, this is a really interesting class of red market bears and lots of differences in between them. Young lady that's going to win's got the sounder option of the top pair that's better in terms of look, sharper in terms of feature. I know not quite as far along in terms of market readiness, but I think one that's ample in that area, got enough shape and enough mass. Now, if you want to muscle them up, little boy in the orange is going to win for you because that's the stout one of the group, really wide, very dimensional, but with all that mass and that muscle, he comes apart structurally. Particularly, he wants to get too far outside of himself off either end of the skeletal system. Not as good in terms of his look. We've got 1 and 3 that's longer sighted and better moving than the one that comes in 2. Not as correct in terms of body shape, not as good in terms of proportions. The 1 and 4 is one that is simply sounder moving than the 1 and 5. Got some length and extension. There's got to be more to that one in terms of product. Young ladies in 5 is shapelier up high, probably stouter from behind, simply not going good enough off the rear running gear to advance up any higher. Give them a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Lydia Kerr. Second place, McCoy Vinsel. Third place, Callum Rudisel. Fourth place, Jason Keller. And fifth place, Madison Zeig. Now entering the ring is our second class of Duroc barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 270 to 286. Exhibitors in this class are Jacob Hovius, Molly Zeig, Maggie Zeig, Reed Patterson, Trevor Durnall, and Hannah Crane.
Well, the gentleman 217, that's the obvious and the logical choice within the group of contemporaries. The best looking, the soundest moving, and one of the heaviest muscled ones out here. But more important than that, the best one in terms of shape. So a very solid place to start within this group. After that, I think it gets a little more interesting. Some different things that you're going to do, or can do, excuse me. I'm going to use the young lady to come second. I think over 2 and 3, that one's just got more muscle, more dimension, and more power. Not nearly as good in terms of quality as the one that wins. The one that comes in third, a little longer sided, a little sharper in terms of feature, not as massive in terms of mid-rib, not as good in terms of total muscularity. The one that comes in 4 is really good in terms of muscle and mass. That one is too raw in terms of rib shape, not good enough in terms of freshness. We've got one coming next that you like the fact that it's long and extended. One, though, that's not quite good enough at the ground in terms of hoof and pastern. And then we close out the class with a big bone rugged one, simply not going well enough off either end of the skeletal system. Give them a nice round of applause, please.
First place and congratulations goes to Reed Patterson. Second place, Molly Zeig. Third place, Jacob Hovius. Fourth place, Hannah Crane. Fifth place, Maggie Zeig. And sixth place, Trevor Durnall. Now entering the ring is our last class of Duroc barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 300 to 333. Exhibitors in this class are Harlan Van Devender, Allison Lisby, Kinley Wright, and David Tapman.
Well, I think in this class, it's kind of the same song, second verse to the last. There's one that needs to win and does so. One that is very good in terms of balance and symmetry. Easily the one that I prefer in terms of structural integrity. And while not the most massive one in terms of muscle, I think enough. The one that comes in second, very stout, very square, with that added muscularity and dimension, though, wants to come apart up front in terms of shoulder and knee. Not as sharp in terms of features. The 3 and 4 decision for me is just muscle shape. The young ladies in third is more shapely up high, stouter in terms of hip, a little cleaner in terms of condition, one that's got to move better and be more attractive in terms of poise and presence. The 1 and 4's got plenty to him in terms of body width, one that's got to be sharper in terms of a show ring look, leaner all the way through. But a good group, give them a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Harlan Van Devender. Second place, David Tapman. Third place, Allison Lisby. And fourth place, Kinley Wright. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Duroc Barrel. From our first class, our exhibitor is Lydia Kerr. Our second class is Reed Patterson. And our third class, Harlan Van Devender, now showing for champion and reserve champion Duroc Barrel.
As we get out here to pick a grand and reserve, and the Red Bears, give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Very, very good set. The quality is very high up here, and to be honest with you, this is the closest decision I've had to make so far this afternoon. And depending on what you want to emphasize or what your preferences are, your priorities, I think you can justify any of them to be champion or reserve and leave one out. Just to be honest, it is so close. I'm going to talk them just briefly. Young lady out of the lightweight class, I think that one has a lot of merit to him. I think that's probably the shapeliest option for that one's weight and that one's size and stage of development. Definitely the best looking one in terms of the fact that that one's the tallest in terms of front end and shoulder. Really got a good look in terms of presence. Everything just kind of fits and gels together. He's one in terms of structure. I think he's more than adequate within the group. I know he wants to roll just a little bit in terms of how he handles himself up front, but they all have something in that area that I could modify. The question on him, is he stout enough? Is he woofy enough? Is he heavy enough to win this deal? We'll find out in a minute, but there's a lot of good in him. The one that comes out of two, really one that we talked about in that class, one that I think, just like the lightweight, I think there's more than enough muscle shape, one that's good in terms of look and presence, maybe not quite as tall fronted as the one right before him, but one that's a little farther along in terms of market readiness, good in terms of body shape. He too is one that I changed just a little in terms of his structure, but another one that's the one that runs hard out here. Then you've got the heavyweight one. I think one one that's very stout and rugged in terms of his bone and feature. Still one that's got some look up front. Of the three, though, even though he's the heavyweight, I think he's the one that becomes the most flat in terms of his muscle shape. And I know he's the one of the trio that bothers me the most in terms of his structural integrity, because he wants to get too upright in terms of his knee, and then he wants to throw his hock out for reserve. So again, depending on what you want to emphasize, what you're comfortable with, you can use any of the three of them to win. He may be the smallest, but he's the best one. Congratulations to you. Young man bringing in the second had a completely different type and kind. Stout, really burly, just got too far outside of himself in terms of skeleton. Young man right here is reserve. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations goes to Lydia Kerr with champion Duroc Barrow, and congratulations to Reed Patterson, reserve champion Duroc Barrow. Now entering the ring is our first class of Hampshire Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Hunter Olson, Jocelyn Olson, Branson Lisby, Bree Livingston, and Raylan Fleener, showing our first class of Hampshire Barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 196 to 240.
Well, the young lady in the paisley shirt has the obvious choice for me in terms of a muscle perspective. Definitely the most impressive one. He couples that with some presence and some show ring look and orientation in terms of his side view silhouette. Good enough in terms of his body proportions. I realize he wants to come outside of himself in terms of the way that he motivates out of his rear hock. But in this class, he's still the soundest individual, so an easy place to start. I think the decision between 2 and 3 is closer. Young lady in the light pink is going to come second. That's the bolder centered hog that has more natural true width, one that's a little better in terms of top line, gets to round out of his hip and lower in terms of his front end. Gentleman that comes in third, doing a good job out here. That one is one that I like the mobility and the flexibility that he has, probably enough shape, not overwhelming in that area, wants to break and separate behind his blade, not as good in terms of his show ring look, and there's just not as much to him. Young lady that's coming next has got one that's long and level in terms of design, simply easier on the go and the move out here than the one that comes in 5, but there needs to be more to that individual. Gentleman in 5 has got one that probably has more natural shape, really struggling in terms of movement though. Give him a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Raylan Fleener. Second place, Bree Livingston. Third place, Hunter Olson. Fourth place, Jocelyn Olson. And fifth place, Branson Lisby. Now entering the ring is our second class of Hampshire Barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 276 to 316. Exhibitors in this class are Reese Oliver, Ruby Young, and Aiden Campbell.
Well, you've got to make some decisions in this particular class, and I'm going to use the blonde-headed young lady in the kind of magenta-colored shirt to win. I know and I'll admit willingly that that one's not stout enough and doesn't have enough power, but in terms of the one that is show ring oriented in terms of look and the most mobile, I'm more secure in putting that one in the top spot. No doubt the young lady in second has more product. That one is more opened up. There's more to that one. He falls considerably shorter, though, in terms of his mobility, and he's one that's not as fresh or attractive in terms of his presence. The one in third has some natural length and extension. That one is one, though, that's just not nearly good enough in terms of front end alignment and stability up there, and one that's the lightest muscled. Give him a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Reese Oliver. Second place, Ruby Young. And third place, Aiden Campbell. Now entering the ring is, from our first class, is Raylan Fleener, and from our second class, Reese Oliver, now showing for champion and reserve champion Hampshire Barrow.
Well, in the Hampshire division, we've had some good ones up here on the top. These are two obviously very different in terms of type and kind, but rose up because they had more quality parts and pieces within the pair. The one that's overwhelming in terms of muscle, still really good in terms of look within this breed. Not perfect in terms of rear hock. Lightweight is the champion. Congratulations to her. Young lady in the pink that comes out to drive next, we talked about that one had some mass and some muscle. One that gets awfully awkward in terms of mobility, not good as in terms of show ring look. I realize the heavyweight needs more power. I'll still stick with her for reserve. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations goes to Raylan Fleener with champion Hampshire Barrow, and congratulations to Reese Oliver, reserve champion Hampshire Barrow. Now entering the ring is our first class of Hereford Barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 170 to 241. Exhibitors in this class are Bennett Tragesser, Barrett Tragesser, Amelia Tragesser, Eliza Tragesser, Jake Naylor, Reese Caswell, and Isaiah Goff. Now showing our first class of Hereford Barrows.
Well, we got a big class of Herefords, and they're not all wanting to cooperate, but it's getting close to feeding time. And so I understand that, or probably past feeding time for some of these hogs. I think we've got an easy winner of the young man with the birthmark on his side over there. That one is really attractive and fresh and sound, got more than enough muscle shape. So he's the standout amongst the group and a nice place to start. Young lady that's going to come second in the aqua stripe shirt, one that's the closest to him in terms of lines, balance, and look, not as overwhelming in terms of muscle. I don't think quite as mobile. Then we've got 1 and 3 that I appreciate the fact that one's got some mass and muscle, gets lower in terms of front end, not good in terms of structure. The 1 and 4 of the young lady in the yellow is really ripped up and shapely, wants to come apart outside up front. We've got 1 and 5 that has some length and extension, not enough muscle, not enough mass, not enough body dimension. The 1 that's in 6 is one that you appreciate the fact that one is still one that's good enough in terms of muscle shape up high, got to be better structured. And then we close out the class with one, got some length and extension to him, got to build that one wider from the ground up and make him sounder. Nice place to start within the class. Give them all a round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Eliza Trageser. Second place, Jake Naylor. Third place, Barrett Trageser. Fourth place, Amelia Trageser. Fifth place, Bennett Trageser. Sixth place, Isaiah Goff. And seventh place, Reese Caswell. Now entering the ring is our second class of Hereford Barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 247 to 267. Exhibitors in this class are Spencer Buchanan, Josephine Caswell, Brooklyn Pendle, Noah Olson, Allison Lisby, and Morgan Caswell. Now showing our second class of Hereford Barrows.
Well, I don't know if y'all are all going to be here the rest of the week, but you'll probably hear me say this again. Judging is just an opinion. It doesn't make mine right or wrong. For this week and certain shows, it makes it official. If you don't think that young lady's barrow wins the class, you're wrong. And that's all there is to it. Because he wins in every single way that you can analyze or subjectify it. That thing there is just pretty much a stud for this breed. I'll be real honest with you. That thing is stout, good looking, sound, and mobile. Of all that we've seen so far in the barrow show, I'm the most in on him, just to be real frank. Then after that, I think it gets a little closer. Young lady that's going to come in second has got one that's just a solid individual. Maybe doesn't have one of those out there features, but good enough in terms of muscularity, sound enough in terms of the way that one moves. And the difference between 2 and 3 for me is that one is just better in terms of how that one's elevated up front. Gentleman that comes in 3's got one that's got some muscle and some shape, not quite good enough in terms of look and presence up front. The 1 and 4 is one that's got some power and some mass, got to go better. The 1 and 5 is simply sounder in terms of rear leg movement than the one that comes in 6, but that one falls a little short in terms of total muscularity and product. The 1 and 6 has got some length of spine, really struggling in terms of rear running gear. Give them a nice round of applause, please.
First place and congratulations goes to Brooklyn Pendle. Second place, Josephine Caswell. Third place, Spencer Buchanan. Fourth place, Noah Olson. Fifth place, Morgan Caswell. And sixth place, Allison Lisby. Now we'll be showing for champion and reserve champion Hereford Barrow. From Class 1, our exhibitor is Eliza Trageser. And from Class 2, our exhibitor is Brooklyn Pendle.
Well, put your hands together for the Hereford exhibitors out here. Another very good set and probably the best breed in terms of total quality and also probably the second biggest breed in terms of numbers, which is surprising. And as good it is, it's a lights out decision. Young lady, I am in on that one right there. Congratulations to you. That's okay. Young lady over there that brings out the second to the champion. We talked about that one was a nice one. This young man's got one that's very solid and a lot of quality. You're going to be reserved, young man. Congratulations to you.
And forgive me for my mistake when I called those out a minute ago. Our champion Hereford Barrow goes to Brooklyn Pendle and reserve champion to Jake Naylor. Now entering the ring is our Landress Barrow class. Exhibitor in this class is Emmett Young, and his animal weighs 285.
Young man's going to win him another county fair banner by being the only one in his breed, but yet another one that does have some quality because he's good in terms of his balance and presence, more than ample in terms of his proportion and dimension, sound moving one. So good job, young man. Congratulations to you. Give him a round of applause.
Congratulations to Emmett Young with champion Landress Barrow. Now entering the ring is the Poland Barrow. Exhibitor in this class is Ada Hand. Animal weighs 227.
We got another single entry out here, and that doesn't offend me because it increases my batting average because y'all can't argue with me. And so the young lady brings this one that's muscular, shapely, still got some length, and she's done a good job raising this one for a few months. Give her a big round of applause on her breed champion.
Congratulations goes to Ada Hand with champion Poland Barrow. Now entering the ring is our Spot Barrow class. Animals in this class range in weight from 201 to 286. Exhibitors in this class are Oliver Goff, Camry Condor, Lydia Kerr, and Avery Michael. Now showing our Spot Barrows class.
I don't like to sound repetitive, but this one is just like the Hereford Barra. I'm big in on this guy here. For what he is and his breed type and kind, incredibly good looking, stout and powerful, still moves good. I think going to be a contender as we get out here for the rest of the day. So good job to you, young lady. After that, the one that comes second in reserve just has the most natural mass and power of the remaining three. One that's not in the same league in terms of look and presence, extras or additives of the champion. The one that comes in third has simply got more back shape and more hip shape than the one that comes in fourth, but it's got to move better. The one that comes fourth is one that's probably a little sounder in terms of rear hock, just too light muscled and too frail built. Give them a good round of applause. Another really good one wins that breed.
Congratulations goes to Lydia Kerr with Champion Spot Barrow, and congratulations to Camry Condor Reserve Champion Spot Barrow. Third place goes to Oliver Goff, and fourth place, Avery Michael. Now entering the ring is our Tamworth Barrows class. Animals in this class range in weight from 254 to 276. Exhibitors in this class are Hunter Olson, Abigail Pendle, Owen Young, and Arella Tapman. Now showing our Tamworth Barrows class.
Well, I think you've got a real high-quality set of Tam Barrows out here from start to finish. Young lady in the black, though, that one takes the parts and pieces of the other ones I like and puts it in one package. Just a solid individual, one that's attractive, still sound built, got enough muscle. I don't know if he overwhelms me in any one area, but one that is really good in all the areas that matter. The one that comes in second is obviously the stoutest one in terms of a bulk and a width and a dimension perspective. Not nearly as cool looking or good moving as the one that wins, but there's so much more to him than the ones that come in 3 and 4. We've got one in third that is just better in terms of balance, particularly in terms of top line, stronger and more collected in terms of silhouette. The 1 and 4, the gentleman's has more muscle and power, wants to break and separate behind the blade, fall apart a little bit in terms of the way that one holds himself in motion. But a very good class. All 4 of them have some quality. A nice one to win. Give them a good round of applause.
Congratulations goes to Abigail Pendle, Champion Tamworth Barrow, and congratulations to Arella Tapman, Reserve Champion Tamworth Barrow. Third place goes to Owen Young, and fourth place, Hunter Olson. Now entering the ring is our first class of Yorkshire Barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 225 to 241. Exhibitors in this class are Emma Fleener, Miranda Rains, Ellie Fleener, Taylor Garf, and Harper Lawrence. Now showing our first class of Yorkshire Barrows.
young lady in the red shirts initiates because that's the best looking and the soundest structured one within the group that I think has an adequate amount of muscle and not many things that need to be modified and changed. If I am going to change him and pick on him, he gets a little narrow in terms of his range of motion. I'd like to stouten him in terms of his chest floor, pull him apart underneath. After that, I think you can do a variety of things. Young ladies that's down there in the far end and kind of the paisley shirt's going to come second. I think that one's just more attractive and fresher than the one that comes in third. The gentleman in the Hawaiian print shirt in third, that one has more muscle. It's further along in terms of market readiness, not as good in terms of a composure, just settlement, because that one's not as strong in terms of lines, as good in terms of show ring presence. We've got one in 4 that's probably a little better right there behind his blade than the one that's in 3, but I need to lean that one up in terms of look out here, make that one better in terms of total muscularity. The one that comes in 5 is one that's really long-sighted, one that's simply the lightest muscled and the narrowest built. Please give them all a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Taylor Goff. Second place, Marana Rains. Third place, Harper Lawrence. Fourth place, Ellie Fleener. And fifth place, Emma Fleener. We'll now be showing our second class of Yorkshire Barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 251 to 301. Exhibitors in this class are Emmett Young, Lydia Conder, Josie Grubb, Tyler Patterson, Bradley Moore, and Lydia Kerr. Now showing our second class of Yorkshire Barrows. At this time, we'd like to thank our 2024 Swine Club sponsors. Our sponsors this year are BJ McElroy, Haulers Welding, Indiana Pork Producers Association, Joe and Kathy Van Devender, Josh and Jana Young, Kelsey Butcher Family, Monroe County Farm Bureau Incorporated, R.H. Marlin Excavating, the Heath Van Devender Family, the Polly Family, Wright Family Farms, Keystone Cooperative, and EKBrandSelective.com Photography. Those are the ladies in the ring taking photographs this evening.
Well, another very high quality class, and there's lots of differences out here. I think the easy thing for me to do is to find the young lady in the floral print shirt to win. And if you get past the fact that that one's a little narrow in terms of how he handles himself underneath, in terms of his hock and knee, he wins by a great margin in all the other areas because he's the super attractive, fresh one that's got power and mass, and his proportions are good. And while he's not the widest moving one, I still think he's sound enough in terms of his range of motion. Sorry there, darling. Didn't mean to do that to you. And so a good place to win. The gentleman in second's got one that's very shapely, attractive, and tall-fronted. The hind legs don't go good enough for me. He gets too locked up in terms of his rear hock. He's just a little tight everywhere that you want to go, but I like the balance and I like the look of him more than the one that comes in third, one that's got some muscle and some mass, just doesn't balance up with his appropriate show ring look. The one in four is one that's heavy muscled and shapely, That one is too round in terms of hip, too tight in terms of the way that one goes. Gentleman over there in the purple shirt that comes next, one that I like the mobility and the flexibility. That one's got to have more power and muscle. Young man that ends out the class is a stouter one in terms of mass and dimension. That one gets awfully ill looking in terms of his balance as you study behind his blade, in terms of his hip. Doesn't go as good either. Just one that's got muscle, but got to be more show ring oriented for me. Really good class. Give them a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Lydia Kerr. Second place, Tyler Patterson. Third place, Josie Grubb. Fourth place, Lydia Conder. Fifth place, Bradley Moore. And sixth place, Emmett Young. We'll now be showing for champion Yorkshire Barrow. From our first class, our exhibitor is Taylor Goff. And from our second class, Lydia Kerr.
Well, we've got a good pair out here in the Yorks, and I think they have some similarities in terms of the fact that they're attractive ones with balance and symmetry. I think they have enough mass and enough muscle. I could tweak them both in terms of the way they move. The heavyweight's the stouter one. That'll be the champion. Congratulations to you. Gentleman that comes in for reserve has got one that's got a compelling look and is really good in terms of his mass and muscle up high. He just gets a little tight in terms of the way that he goes from behind, but he's still my second favorite. Congratulations to you, gentlemen. You'll be the reserve.
Congratulations goes to Lydia Kerr with the champion Yorkshire Barrow, and congratulations to Tyler Patterson, reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow. Now entering the ring is our first class of crossbred barrows. These are a lightweight class. Animals in this class range in weight from 204 to 230. Exhibitors in this class are Kinley Wright, Reed Patterson, Marana Rains, Embry Chilton, Kinley Cupper, and Emery Sears. Now showing our first class lightweight crossbred barrows.
Well, I think we've got a close pair up here, and I'm going to use the young man in the pink and white striped shirt, and I'll be the first to tell you that that one's not as powerful, not as opened up or as massive as the individual that comes in second. For that one's weight and maturity, I think there's enough there, even though I'd like to see that one statter. After that, that's the really good-looking, sharp-featured one that's got a great deal of poise and is excellent on the move, so he's going to win. Now, young lady, yours is heavier muscled. Yours is more rugged in terms of bone, foot, and feature, got more power, but he's too mature. As you study him in the front 1/3 of his body, he doesn't balance as good, and then he wants to pull out of his shoulder and knee too much. Up high, we've got 1 and 3 that's good in terms of muscularity, comes outside of himself in terms of the way that he goes. The 1 and 4 of the young lady in the lavender shirt, attractive and good looking, got to get out and be more mobile and comfortable, particularly off the rear skeleton. We've got 1 and 5 that's long-sided and level design, simply fresher than the one that comes in 6, but there's not enough to that one. The belted one of the young ladies in 6 had a lot of muscle, a lot of power and rugged. Doesn't fit together quite as nicely in terms of a structural standpoint. Got to be fresher in terms of appearance. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations goes to Reed Patterson, champion lightweight crossbred barrow, and congratulations to Embry Chilton, reserve champion lightweight. Third place goes to Emery Sears. Fourth place, Kinley Cupper. Fifth place, Marana Rains. And sixth place, Kinley Wright. Now entering the ring is our second class of crossbred barrows. These are medium weights. Animals in this class range in weight from 231 to 240. Exhibitors in this class are Henry Kane, Reese Pendle, Hayden Clark, Laura Carnegie, Tyler Patterson, Reese Oliver, and Shelby Martin. This is our first class of the medium weight crossbred barrows.
Well, I think we've got a really competitive class, and even though that is competitive, young lady in the green, you win with a great deal of authority for me. And it starts with the fact that that one's definitely the soundest and surest footed. Steel one that's got a great deal of look and show ring pizzazz and poise, more than enough muscle mass and dimension. Just a really solid place to start. I won't lie to you, the young man's bear that comes in second, he's got bigger top shape. He's one that's a little square. He still has some show ring presence. He gets too tight and tense. stance. Up at the top side of his spine, he's not as relaxed and comfortable in terms of his range of motion out here, but another nice one, and that one is sounder than the young lady that comes in third. That's a big back, big-ended, bold-centered one, studying from behind and up front. He's just not as coordinated and secure as he needs to be off either end, but a really good trio up at the top of this class. Young lady in four's got a long-sided, tall-fronted one that needs more to him. The one in five has got plenty of muscle, plenty of shape. He's too low in terms of his front end. He's too round in terms of his hip. We had one coming next. There's one that's good enough in terms of body build, but not good enough in terms of look and presence. We close out with one that's tall-fronted and long-sided. Got to be more mobile and have more muscle. Very good trio up on top. Give them a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Shelby Martin. Second place, Tyler Patterson. Third place, Reese Pendle. Fourth place, Reese Oliver. Fifth place, Hayden Clark. Sixth place, Henry Kane. And seventh place, Laura Carnegie. Now entering the ring is our second class of the medium weight crossbred barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 244 to 252. Exhibitors in this class are Abigail Pauley, Taylor Goff, Layla Quimby, Sarah Carnegie, McCoy Vinsel, Brooklyn Pendle, Jocelyn Olson, and Haley Clark. Now showing our second class of medium weight crossbred barrows.
Well, we've got a nice class here, but there's some differences within them, and you've got to make some decisions. I'll be the first to tell you, I'm not thrilled with the class winner in terms of his pastern strength and the way that he sets down at the ground. If I can change that, then I would think you got one that can run. But in this class, he still needs to win because he's so much better looking than the one that comes in second in terms of his tallness of front end and shoulder. He's got power and he's got muscle. He's still one that's good in terms of his proportions. I just really don't like the way he sets down in terms of his pasterns. But other than that, the class winner by a long shot. The one that comes in second is sounder moving and more functional and better built, a little shorter in terms of segments, not as good in terms of look. Young man that comes in third's got a powerful one in terms of muscle, shape, and burliness. He just gets too tight up in terms of his top. He's one that's just a little more shorter and more compact in terms of his general build, but I like the muscle shape. We've got 1 and 4 that I appreciate the fact that that one is really long-sided and very good looking, probably the most attractive one other than the class winner. That one runs out of muscle and woofiness compared to the 3 up above. Then we've got 1 and 5 that is a little stouter all the way through, not nearly as sharp-featured or correct in terms of movement. The 1 and 6 is bold-centered and big-middled. Got to be better in terms of the way that one goes. And then we close out the class with another one that's plenty good in terms of body shape, gets too flat in terms of muscle, got to be leaner. So a good class in terms of quality, something I need to change on all of them though, makes it interesting to sort. Give them a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Brooklyn Pendle. Second place, Layla Quimby. Third place, McCoy Vinsel. Fourth place, Taylor Goff. Fifth place, Haley Clark. Sixth place, Abigail Polly. Seventh place, Sarah Carnegie. And eighth place, Jocelyn Olson. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion medium weight crossbred barrel from Class 1. Our exhibitor is Shelby Martin. And from Class 2, Brooklyn Pendle.
I think as we go to pick the champion middleweight crossbred, I've only raised the competition level and the depth level in terms of quality. We had several at the top of both of these classes that had a lot of good to them. There's one that I like to just describe, and I say this a lot, one that's solid. I don't have to modify a lot. I don't have to change a lot. Maybe just doesn't overwhelm me, but that is a really good one, young lady, and he is the champion. Congratulations to you. I knew this would be the close decision, and there's give and take between the pair. I think one's a little better looking. I think the other one's probably got a shot more muscle. The main point and the deciding point for me, one is better in terms of the ground and how they sit down. Young man that is second will be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations goes to Shelby Martin with the champion medium weight crossbred barrel, and congratulations to Tyler Patterson, reserve champion medium weight crossbred barrel. Now entering the ring is our first class of heavyweight crossbred barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 254 to 266. Exhibitors in this class are Henley Hill, Shelby Martin, Waylon Van Devender, Raylan Fleener, Eli Arthur, Hannah Crane, and Elena Quimby. Now showing our first class of heavyweight crossbred barrows.
Well, I think we have another high-quality class to start off the heavyweight division, and the young lady in the Paisley wins by quite a good margin for me. And I'm not going to tell you that that one's perfect, but from the point of his blade back, he is bulge-centered, he is fresh, he is full-bodied, he's got a great deal of muscle, and he handles it pretty good. Is that the best-looking, sharpest featured one we've seen through the front end? No, he's not, but the rest of him, very, very nice, and he wins this class pretty easy for me. I like the young man that comes in second in terms of the fact that that's another muscular, shapely option with a great deal of density. I think one that's not quite as good in terms of the way that he goes at the ground, not as good in terms of his general build. The one that comes in three is one that I really appreciate the look and the presence. There's not as much to that one. If I can get the one in four, new tires, that one can win because that one really has some muscle shape, got a good look and fresh. He's just not going good enough off either end of the skeletal system to elevate him up any higher in this particular class. We've got another stout, powerful one coming next that's got to be better moving. The one that comes in sixth is one that I appreciate the length and levelness, not quite as good in terms of body mass. And then we've got seven is another one that you like the fact that that one's got some extension, got some look and presence, just not enough to it. And then finally we round out with one that is more muscular than the ones up above in terms of the next two places ahead. One that's not nearly good enough in terms of structure, struggles too much in terms of the way that one goes. Give them a nice round of applause. Another very good class.
First place and congratulations goes to Raylan Fleener. Second place, Eli Arthur. Third place, Elena Quimby. Fourth place, Shelby Martin. Fifth place, Waylon Van Diemender. Sixth place, Henley Hill. And seventh place, Hannah Crane. Now entering the ring is our second class of heavyweight crossbred barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 268 to 290. Exhibitors in this class are Hudson Clark, Josie Grubb, Joanna Fansler, Eli Arthur, Elena Quimby, Jamison Roeder, and Shelby Martin. Now showing our second class of heavyweight crossbred barrows.
Well, as we move out here in the last class, young lady in the green, I'm not going to lie to you or the crowd and tell you that that one's effortless in terms of how he moves. I'd like to see him a little freer. After that, that thing is a hoss. And he is incredibly good looking. He is as powerful and stout and opened up as any of them that's been in here. Is he perfect in terms of his structure? No, he's not, but he's acceptable. And I do think that that one does some intriguing things, and that's why it wins. 2 and 3 are closer for me. The young lady in the black that comes second, that one one is more correct in terms of hip and hock than the one that comes in third. Not as powerful as the black-headed bear in 3. That's really opened up, got a lot of mass and a lot of muscle. Just wants to hyperextend and lock up too much in terms of that rear hock. We've got one coming next and 4 that you appreciate the fact that that one is long-sided, level design, not nearly as opened up in terms of body, not as massive as the ones up above. We've got 1 and 5 that has more body mass, that needs to be leaner. 6 and 7 are very similar in terms of type and kind. The young man that's going to come in 6, I think, has the one that has more muscle mass from behind, one that's got to be better in terms of structure, better in terms of body shape. The blue butt that we end out the class with is one that's a little lower fronted and not as muscular, but one that's got some added length and extension, both from the blades forward and in terms of body. So a good class again. Give them a nice round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Shelby Martin. Second place, Elena Quimby. Third place, Eli Arthur. Fourth place, Josie Grubb. Fifth place, Hudson Clark. And sixth place, Jameson Roeder. Seventh place, Joanna Fansler. Let's give everybody in the ring a big hand. All right, now we're going to show for champion heavyweight crossbred barrows. From our first class, our exhibitor is Raylan Fleener, and our second class, Shelby Martin, now showing for champion heavyweight and reserve champion heavyweight crossbred barrow.
You're fine, sir. Well, as we get out here to pick the champion heavyweight, and once again, much like the middleweight division, I think there's been a lot of quality on top. Give these kids a big round of applause, a good set. The two that come back out here, they definitely won their classes easy for me, but there's some differences in between them, and I'll just put it this way. I get to do this a lot, and I'm very blessed to get to judge as much as I do and all the species that I do. And when you do it as much as I do, you look for things that are unique, because you get to see so many of them. I focus more on ones that have unique parts and pieces, and that is the difference in between the two for me. One does come at me with more unique parts and pieces. I know he's not perfect in terms of his structure, but I can nickel and dime them both on that. I like the young lady in the green to be the champion. Congratulations to you. The one that comes in for reserve is another one that is good in terms of total muscularity. And look, this one here is so sound and very good from his blades back, just not as fancy or as extra up front. Young lady in the paisley is going to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations goes to Shelby Martin with champion heavyweight crossbred barrow, and congratulations to Raylan Fleener, reserve champion heavyweight crossbred barrow. Now we'll show for overall crossbred barrow. From our lightweight class, our exhibitor will be Reed Patterson. Okay, here we go. We're going to show for champion crossbred barrel from our lightweight class. Our exhibitor is Reed Patterson. From our medium weight class is Shelby Martin. And our heavyweight class is Shelby Martin.
Well, as we get here once again, the competition level high, and none of the three look exactly the same, but they all have a lot of quality and a lot of positivity to them. I think this decision is just like the heavyweight championship. One's a little more unique, one's a little better at the ground. I'm going to stay consistent and use the heavyweight to be the champion. Congratulations to her. Well, I think when we vie for reserve, not to take anything out of the lightweight champion, just not quite there yet, these two have got more similarities in terms of differences. They're very good built, they're very sound structured, very flexible out here. They both need just to be a little more cool in terms of their look and their uniqueness and their profile. There is one that's stouter all the way through. Young lady in the paisley will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations goes to Shelby Martin with the champion crossbred barrel, and congratulations to Raylan Fleener with reserve champion crossbred barrel. While they're bringing all their animals up for the Grand Champion Barrow Drive, I'd like to thank our 2024 sponsors again at this time. Our sponsors this year are BJ McElroy, Haulers Welding, Indiana Pork Producers Association, Joe and Kathy Van Devender, Josh and Jana Young, Kelsey Butcher Family, Monroe County Farm Bureau Incorporated, R.H. Marlin Excavating, the Heath Van Devender family, the Polly family, Wright Family Farms, Keystone Cooperative, and ekbrandselective.com photography. That's the ladies in the ring taking photographs tonight. Also like to remind everyone about the Stock the Trailer food drive. Don't forget to bring your non-perishable items for the Farm Credit Mid-America and Monroe County 4-H food drive this week. There are bins in each barn for collection. Give to your favorite club to help them win the contest. Donations can also be put in the trailer on the south side of the poultry barn. QR codes are available at all locations to give money to purchase food. The food collection will be divided between the Community Kitchen, Pantry 279, and Hoosier Hills Food Bank. Thank you to Billy Fleetwood for the donation of the trailer this week. And thanks to Rogers Group for allowing us to weigh the trailer. And thank you to Farm Credit, Mid-America, and Rural First for making the food drive possible. Okay, we're ready for the grand drive. We're going to start bringing them out. Our Berkshire exhibitor is Abigail Pendle. What's the name? Chester White is Layla Quimby. Duroc is Lydia Kerr. Hampshire is Raylan Fleener. Hereford is Brooklyn Pendle. Landris is Emmett Young. Poland is Ada Hand. Spot is Lydia Kerr. Tamworth is Abigail Pendle. Yorkshire is Lydia Kerr. And Crossbred is Shelby Martin. Now showing for the Grand Champion Barrow. Once again, let's give our 2024 Fair Queen, Grace Richard, a big hand. She's been helping out here in the ring all night. Our first runner-up, Laura Carnegie. She's been helping with ribbons and trophies. Our second runner-up, Reese Oliver. She's been helping. And our queen, Miss Congeniality, Lacey Brenniger, has been also helping. Let's give them all a big hand.
Well, as we get out here to pick the top 5 in the Market Barrow Show, y'all been a big crowd, but y'all been a little quiet. So at this time, give all these kids and all these families big round of applause. Where has that been every single class? It's just that easy, right there. Just that easy to do that. You people, you kill me, I swear. Really, really good show, and I'm glad that I got to come back. It might be a little too soon for some of y'all because it was only a couple of years ago, but I've enjoyed it so far. Sure, I'll join the rest of the way. I want to give a shout out to the County Fair Queen down there. She's capable. Most of County Fair Queens don't get in here and get down and dirty with us, and she has done a really good job, everything we ask. So my appreciations to you for being more than one that just wants to smile and wave. I like that about you. So I wanted to give her a shout out there. This is a good show, and there are 3, and it can go any of the 3 ways. And that's just all there is to it, depending on which way you want to put your emphasis or your preferences, and I'll show them the way I like them to them and just here in a minute. I don't know where you're at in the start of your county fair. I know I'm here today and 2 more days and got 2 more species, so I think you're pretty much at the start. And I'll be honest with you, I think I said the last time I was here, this is probably the most dramatic place you'll ever show, talking about a county fair. And it's not just your county fair, it's every county fair in the country and every state in America, and that is true. The thing that I want to highlight tonight, because it's my first gig of the week, focus not on that and not on what you win or how you place. Focus on the memories you make with your kids. And I'm just going to tell you, I spent last week with my 9-year-old goddaughter in Springfield, Missouri, and it was over 100-degree heat, and I thought we were all going to die. I thought the cow was going to die. I was going to kill her daddy, her mama, and everybody else involved in the group at times, and we didn't win. We were reserve grand, and we got real, real, real close. And when you're that close, you want to win so much. And I wanted to win. And was I mad or upset? No, because a good one won. But you still want it, and you still wanted the outcome to be different, and we wouldn't be human if we didn't want that. But for the rest of my life, I'll remember this. This little curly-haired girl who had never been to a junior national in her life comes out of that gate, and she's got a smile that can light up the whole place. And She hugs her mom and her dad, and she runs up to me and she says, hugs me, and I said, congratulations, Addie. And she said, Uncle Rye, can we do this again next year? And right there, nothing else mattered. It didn't matter the color of the banner, the heat, how much I wanted to hurt people. That memory will stick with me for the rest of my life. Focus on those parts of this show, not just here at the county fair, but every place you go. You make them in the barn, you make them at the county fair, you make them at the state fair. Remember those times. Let everything else fade in the background, because that is the true beauty and the true glory of this program. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations. Grand champion goes to Brooklyn Pendle with her Hereford Barrow. Reserve grand champion goes to Lydia Kerr with her spot. Third overall goes to Shelby Martin with her cross. Fourth overall goes to Raylan Fleener with her cross. And fifth to Lydia Kerr with her Duroc. That concludes our show this evening. We'd like to once again thank all of our sponsors and for everyone that helped in the ring this evening.